Hey pal, what do you need? I got consulting, strategic planning, leadership development. What do you need? I got it right here. Do you need consulting? Do you need someone to help you with anything?
No.
I'll do anything, whatever you need.
Get a life.
Hey, if this is how you're selling your consulting services, come with me, I gotta show you something. All right, there are 3 things you gotta do right to fill your pipeline with 5- and 6-figure consulting deals. And you can do this without begging for referrals, without wasting time networking, and without harassing your network and all your contacts for opportunities. All right, number 1 is power positioning. You gotta be the one and only solution to your client's problem. If you're not the one and only, they're gonna go and find somebody cheaper. Number 2 is the results mechanism. You gotta be able to show clients, however you spell mechanism, how you can get them results. If you can't show them how, they're not gonna believe you. Number 3 is leadership marketing. You need a system to consistently get in front of the right clients, because if they don't know who you are, they're not gonna buy from you. You gotta show them who you are, but also position yourself as the expert they ought to be working with. If you wanna know how to install each of these 3 pillars in your consulting business so you can start attracting and winning 5- and 6-figure B2B consulting deals, go ahead and click on the link above or the button below. We will shoot over a 15-minute video that'll take you under the hood, show you how all of this stuff works, and show you a bunch of examples of clients that have gotten incredible results going through this process. Again, click above or below, we'll get you started.
So everybody's always asking me, Dan, how are you always nailing the bottoms and tops on these stocks?
Hey, morning guys. Morning, Ian. Yeah, isn't it afternoon for you too, Ian? Good morning, Big Boy Blue. Wait, Big Boy Blue afternoon as well? Is that Australia? Can't remember. See. Oh, UK. Sorry about that. Can't remember.
WKHS.
Good morning, LA to BK. A workhorse came in early. Shooting down pretty hard. Workhorse. Whiskey Kilo Hotel Sierra. Good morning, Jorge. Buenos dias. Let's see. A lot going on with IMRN.
AZN AstraZeneca shares popping here at the open. 64.94 the high, now it's 62.56. That's AZN.
AZN, that was
Waiting for
something
the
going on.
data from the Lancet.
AZN popped pretty hard. Look at that $2 move. Green to red. May want to close the gap before it comes back up. Gap close would be maybe 61.46 or 61.10. It's at this level right here. Support from the pre-market. Going through.
AZN, AstraZeneca's study shows neutralizing antibodies at a good level. Some headlines now being coming from Bloomberg. Looks like that's AZN.
61.46 is a wick close.
Says Oxford vaccines shows good antibody T-cell response. That from a researcher. FUV, Arcimoto, traders circulating a report dated July 19th. Mark Wahlberg purchasing and Arcimoto FUV, fund utility vehicle, which retails for just under $20,000. That's Foxtrot Uniform Victor, FUV.
Going down to 61. Passing 61. At this level right here. In the pre-market. Here it comes, reversing. Be careful because of the volume.
Shares of AstraZeneca now dropping here after some headlines mentioning positive results
SOS.
from the COVID-19 vaccine study. Shares now at 60.90 after initially spiking as high as 64.94, reversing.
Possible reversal soon. We'll see. Nikola on counter, so is Dell. No, Dell isn't. Nikola's on counter.
Oxford, AstraZeneca potential COVID-19.
November, Kilo, Lima, Alpha.
Potential COVID-19 vaccine also showed induction of both humoral and cellular immune responses. Potential COVID-19 vaccine also showed after 2 doses potent cellular and humoral immunogenicity was present in all participants studied. That's from the Lancet. Again, AstraZeneca shares continuing to drop here. AZN shares of Moderna now halted.
Moderna halted. Did it? I didn't see that. mRNA. Yeah, mRNA halted. It's going with my hold scanner. There goes AZN. Finally. Okay. SPY is helping it right now. Oh, I got these silly things going on my. Let me get rid of that. Okay.
Shares of Moderna halted at 83.59 on a circuit breaker. mRNA
mRNA on watch.
NKLA.
NKLA breaking down past pre-market lows. May approach 38. So this one's done.
mRNA.
NKLA, Nikola, August $50 call sweep, now at 38.01. Shares of Moderna resumes trading now. Moderna now dropping here, 82.07. Michael Romeo November Alpha.
mRNA, possible bounce right here. Mike Romeo November Alpha.
The Lancet tweeting now about the vaccine.
Oh, it's not ready.
Says the UK's COVID-19 vaccine is safe and induces an immune reaction according to preliminary results. That's from the Lancet.
PM.
PM's too new.
AstraZeneca says interim data showed strong antibody and T-cell responses. Results from ongoing phase 1-2 COV-001 trial led by Oxford showed AZD1222 was tolerated.
Some nice volume
Says
there on
it's a
Moderna.
blinded, multi-center randomized controlled phase 1-2 trial with
There is a
1,077
level
healthy adult
at-
participants, age 18 to 50.
There's a level. Here it comes. Good morning, Daniel.
PM.
Continuing to tick lower, 60.26 down 75 cents now on Moderna mRNA.
Look at that volume rise in the millions right there. I'm gonna take a little bit here.
iBio getting a pump here. India Bravo India Oscar. iBio 595 the high on IBIO.
Getting tough. There we go. Struggling. Out. That one didn't work. Wait for it.
WTRH.
Okay.
PM.
I faked out the first time. But here it comes.
AEO.
MJCO resuming in 5 minutes. Majesco to be acquired by Toma Bravo for $13.10 per share. Shares now shares closed Friday at $7.64.
Good morning, Augustine.
Again being acquired for $13.10 per share by Toma Bravo. Shares to resume in less than 4 minutes now.
Yeah, same here, Pop Kitchen. Traded a little too tight earlier. But we saw that volume come in, right? That's basically how morning trades work. Anything before 10:15, still going. 1 sec. Just look for an extreme move and volume. Hitting the 90 MA now. Okay, I'm out. I thought that was supposed to be... I thought they were talking about good news this morning, but it went down. Strange. Good morning, Michael. It was downgraded. Okay. Well, regardless. News is irrelevant. Intraday, that is. I mean, for a counter trader. Okay, so I see in 719 it says Moderna downgraded to neutral from JP Morgan. At the same time, it says Moderna target price raised to 89 from 60, JP Morgan. Oh, valuation concerns, I see. So it's mixed. Shares down after AstraZeneca. Oh, there's AstraZeneca results. I see.
CCL, Carnival, shares selling off here. Charlie Lima.
AEO.
Shares of American Airlines dropping here. Shares of Majesco hitting $12.98 after resuming, up about 70%, being acquired for $13.10.
JWN.
AstraZeneca out with several press releases, or different press releases coming out on that COVID-19 vaccine
SPR.
data. Latest one says COVID-19 vaccine, AZD 1222, show robust Immune responses in all participants in phase
Thank you,
1-2 trial.
Augustine. A lot of volume NIO. Very nice. So it has a pullback this
AEO.
morning, but this is a strong breakout. We're in the 2 millions in shares. This should go accordingly.
JWN.
I've never done locates before. It seems to take too long, doesn't it? Okay, and IO's pulling possibly.
INO and Novio sweep in the July 31 $30 call on India November Oscar.
Struggling here.
Shares getting a little bounce here after selling off INO.
Patience.
HDB. CSIQ. AEO. JWN. Job.
Keeping NIO a watch still. AAL struggling here for a bounce.
CHGG. AEO.
Wow, this Amazon's going strong.
Shares of AstraZeneca, AZN getting a bounce here. AZN now at $60.
NIO's
below
possibly
$58.
reversing soon.
Now
CVX.
at, $60.09 getting a bounce. After
Try a
that
1 minute here.
data was released on AZN, AstraZeneca.
CHGG. IMRN. HDB. EXC.
IMRN, Imiran shares halted on a circuit breaker. India Michael Romeo November halted on a circuit breaker.
Finally, NIO. Trying to give everybody a heart attack. Okay. Anybody here got affected by the TradeNet news? Still waiting to hear from my account manager about that. Got 100? Nice.
Reuters reporting that India is offering rollback of tariffs on some U.S. farm
That was
products,
tough though, wasn't it? And it probably could still go, but
limited to dairy imports.
the SPY is just kind of just going sideways. NIO kind of struggling, but it has potential to keep going. Oh, Michael, recently TradeNet didn't accept any more new U.S. clients because of the CES. What are they called? The CES division. The U.S. Bans CFD trading, possibly, I think, mainly
Yes.
due to the to how it doesn't add liquidity to the market. SEC, yes, thank you. So they tightened up on TradeNet and told them, and So TradeNet stopped accepting U.S. clients, but as of yesterday, they notified that
IMRN.
they're going to not accept any more payouts, which is kind of a big deal. Yes, I want to see that, Augustine. Nice. But they did say that they will give the very last payout, meaning withdrawal. So let's just hope they actually do that, because this is one of the largest months for me. So from here on, I need to get comfortable sharing my light speed again. It's all good, Augustine.
Pets.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. They can't, but you know, them being all the way over there, it's not very comfortable. Yeah, as long as we had a chance to use it and learn from them. I feel sorry for those that may have upgraded at a very bad time, or actually just bought the entire thing right when they stopped, like say a few days before they stopped accepting US clients, because by then they didn't have much time to profit at all. They had a good thing going. Well, you know, all good
AIM,
things.
AIM, Immunotech continuing to spike here, hitting new highs.
All good things come to an end. Yes, I do see IMRN. That thing is looking strong. Thank you, Fabio, for informing me. Fabio said that he just heard that mirror that they will automatically send the profits of any positive balance account.
IMRN.
Yeah, it's halted. Good call. This is good. It's good as long as it can open near the same area, unless it. Sometimes we've seen that halt and then the numbers, it just opens it down below. Look at NIO. NIO. Okay, alright. This is what I like about Thinkorswim. You still see like the actual bid and ask in real time during a halt. Wait, hey Olaf, you know how TradeNet stopped accepting US clients? Well, I received an email yesterday that not only are they not accepting US clients, but they're paying them out and not accepting any more withdrawals. So I'm not sure how they're going to do it, because they say that we can still keep our accounts, but more or less you can't profit off of it anymore. So TradeNet's pretty much done with the US based on the SEC.
Claw.
Regulators probably pushing them. Yeah, but it actually makes my life easier. Um, I was pretty much done with TradeNet anyways. And a part of me only felt like I needed to use TradeNet just to prove that I still can use it. As in, I didn't blow up my account. But, you know, now I gotta get comfortable
IMB.
making videos with my light speed. But yeah, it does suck. It does still suck. Yeah, so it's just basically paper trading. Like I can use it to emulate my friends outside the US, which is quite a bit. A lot of people in Europe and Australia. But, you know, you will know I don't have any skin in the game if I'm using a TradeNet, that's for sure. Yeah, the TradeNet's biggest advantage was the floor that I keep talking about, the drawdown, and what and Ron Extoppable said about how the leverage, the buying power is insane. You might see Furu using TradeNet to scam people now. What is Furu? F-U-R-U. Oh, fake. Is that a term now? Fake guru. So, volatility trading. Tim mentioned PM me, and he saw the news, and you know how Ross Cameron used to use SureTrader, and then they closed down, and they changed into F1 trading. He has a good point, because the other option that I was looking at for my friends that blew up their account was F1 trading, and I don't see why, other than F1 trading being a smaller fish compared to TradeNet, I don't see why they wouldn't do the same thing to F1, because they're also CFDs.
TXN.
Popcachin, oh, they
IMB.
blocked your message because of the cuss word.
IMRN.
But you said your friend had a open position when he used SureTrader. IMRN is running. Much for that volume. That's a
ACRS. ACRS. TXN.
wait for that volume. That volume is rising.
ACRS.
There's that volume right there.
ACRS.
Just gotta be careful because it's so close to 20. Small share here.
LLNW.
Okay. RMRN's pretty much done. Anton TXN. At a level 35.7. Oh, okay, I see it. Didn't quite get there though. But I see what you're talking about.
Geo. ACRS. 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 CAPR. ACRS. ACRS.
That's very true, Popkachin. Possibly a demo challenge. Back then, when I was streaming, I said I was going to do it, but then my computer failed on me. And you know how it is when it's more like gambling, because you're just trying to make as much money as you can, as fast as you can, and you know that's IMRN still going. That could mess up your trading style, because you're basically playing a game.
CAPR.
CAPR is moving strong. Charlie Alpha Papa Romeo, CAPR. If you have shares for CAPR, it's something's going on with this thing. MasterCard.
CAPR.
Mississippi
Guilt.
governor extends stricter virus rules in parts of the state. Shares of Gilead spiking here to the high, 78.93 Gilead. Weekly $13. The weekly July 31st 80.5 call sweep on Gilead. Golf Indy Lima Delta shares 78.94
BGFV.
on GILD Gilead at the highs of the day, up 1.8% GILD. PTE, Polarity TE, Papa Tango Echo getting a pop here to the high, $1.87. Company announcing interim data from diabetic foot ulcer trial to be presented at Symposium on Advanced Wound Care, July 24th to 26th. Shares spiking to the highs, up about 25% at the high on PTE, Papa Tango Echo. Shares of Jumia Technologies, Jumia spiking here, Jumia hitting a high of $8.29. Julian Michael
BGFV.
India Alpha, JMIA.
Guild actually went smoothly. I've never had good luck with Guild, but this one was pretty much a clean move. I just saw the ticker and didn't bother looking at it. This was clean. Had the volume. Missed it.
JMIA.
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 FDA issued warning letters notifying 10 companies to remove their flavored disposable e-cigarettes and youth-appealing e-liquid products from the market.
Youth appealing? What does that even mean? I used to vape when I had to quit smoking. I love the dessert ones, like blueberry and caramel. Yeah, JMIA is really pretty, but it's kind of choppy though, isn't it? with these resets here. It's pretty though. It has potential. SQ. Oh yeah, SQ has volume. Well, Caper did a little fake out there. Charlie Alpha Papa Romeo. Look at that. Kind of thought it would, and it didn't. Maybe you could have caught a little bit here if you scalped it.
JMIA.
AZN, AstraZeneca, developer of possible COVID-19 vaccine at Oxford, says 1 million doses by September. Seems like a remarkable underestimate at
CTXS.
this point of the trial. Still to be seen. That's AZN, AstraZeneca. Shares of
JMIA.
AstraZeneca now at $60.39, down 77 cents. Well off the earlier lows now, around 57.50 following the release of the data.
Okay, be right back, guys. But JMIA is reaching some kind of daily area right here. 865, almost there. Be right back.
CTXS. CTXS.
DAL, Delta Airlines, Delta Pilots Union says 2,235 pilots volunteered for a voluntary departure package. That's DAL Delta.
CTXS.
UK Foreign Minister Rob says UK wants a positive relationship with China. Rob says we want to work with China. Rob says we are clear-sighted about the challenges of working with China. Shares of AstraZeneca, AZN getting a pop here now, 60.90. Florida COVID-19 current hospitalization at 9,454 as of Monday. That's up 161 in the past 24 hours in Florida. That from Reuters. Rackspace files for IPO under the symbol RXT. Florida reporting daily coronavirus hospitalizations. For July 19th, minus 0.22% or minus 46 from previous day. Deaths up 1.81%, or 92 cases up 2.96%, or 10,347 from previous day.
Michael, aren't you outside the U.S.?
QTRX, Quanterix, Samoa Technology.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, at least you made your profit. Yeah, Mike, I didn't have a chance to contact my account manager, but he emailed me telling me that he'll contact me whenever he has a chance. But Mir Barak did mention that they would automatically send out their profits. So it's automated, I think. But yeah, that's all I really want to know. Do I need to actually fill out a withdrawal, or is it going to be automatic? Because I never seem to be able to get the proper amount withdrawal, you know. But we want to pull all out since this is going to be our last one, I think. Yeah, swing for the fences. Yeah. But I think today won't count.
JKS.
Because according to the email, right? Yeah. That may take a while, I'm assuming. According to the email, where is it? The close was July 17th, which is Friday. So I don't know if any trades today would have an effect. Oh, he actually said that we should submit a payout? Well, then that sucks because I never get the proper amount correct. Oh, Big Boy Blue, there's always CMEG. They just don't have the they don't have the buying power. I think if you fund it enough, it's 5-1. The good thing is there are some promo codes that you can bring down your commission down to 5,000 instead of 75. Oh no, I'm sorry. Is it 5,000s? Yeah, 5,000s instead of 7,500,000s. Yeah, it should be automatic, right? We shouldn't have to request it. So I'll still wait for them. Yeah. Big Boy Blue, where are you located? Oh, UK. Never mind. I've had a couple of friends in Europe switch over to Lightspeed, so I know Lightspeed's available in UK. Yeah, Fabio's saying that according to Mir, today won't count. So that sucks. Oh right. Was it Tasty? I don't. It's not Tasty Trades, is it? You know, the problem with having long streams is I can't find anything. I would have to go through 6 hours of it just to find something. And all I see, I don't have a timestamp either when I'm streaming. So right now, all I know is I've been streaming for 81 minutes. It doesn't tell me what time it is. So I need to figure out how to put a clock over here to know what time. Oh, you still need 25K if you're outside of the US with Lightspeed? I wasn't aware of that. Yeah, I guess that makes sense since they are a US broker.
JKS. CSIQ.
But yeah, I'll look into it. But if anybody's CTX. But if anybody's listening that actually was the one that suggested that option, let us know. But I'm pretty sure it was another prop firm. It was another prop firm, I remember. It was a profits taken type prop firm, just like TradeNet. I just can't recall if it was a CFDs or not. If it's CFDs, then I would still be hesitant. Like Tim was mentioning from Volatility Trading, he was PMing me in the Discord app, and we were talking about F1 trading because F1 used to be SureTrader, and SureTrader was the one that Ross Cameron was using for his $500 challenge. SureTrader closed, and then they changed their name to F1, but it's still a CFDs, so there's still a risk of the SEC, like, you know, getting on them, even though they're probably much smaller than TradeNet in that aspect. Yeah, I'll be right back, guys.
Viv. IMV. Coda. BLL. IMV. IMV. Coda. SILV. SILV. RMBL. RMBL. SILV. SILV. RMBL. RMBL. SILV. SILV. IBIO. HTBX.
Hey guys, just got back. Let's see. Oh, hey Tim. I don't know if you're still here. I traded IMRN. That's what. And then did NIO. That was a rough one. Did I miss out on IVIO? Oh, that was a nice little one. Tricky. A lot of volume in that one. How do you improve the stream quality? I try to see my screen so that I won't need to save this big. How do you stream my screen so that I won't have to save this big but so blurry? You mean on OBS? How do you save your screen? With on OBS, you're able to possibly make sure you have your settings correct on the output. It's advanced. I don't think I can. Under general, maybe somewhere in here, you need to make sure that your resolution, the base and output right here, it's not highlighted because it's recording right now. Should pause this, but 1080 is probably the best because you don't want to make your file too large. Oh, you're streaming on YouTube. That may be concerned by your internet service. You're able to see mine clearly though, aren't you, Palkachin? Yeah. After I'm done streaming and this gets uploaded into the cloud, it's blurry for a while as well. Maybe 30 minutes later, or for my streams, because they're 6 hours long sometimes, 30 minutes later they get cleared up. Yeah, Fabio, if you can hear me. Yeah, Joe Dagger has different strategies. Some people do. Yeah, it would help if we all just specify what we're looking at. But including moderator Bear that you don't see on right now, he does not have the same strategy as we do either, as a counter trender either. So just bear in mind that there are a few people in the chat don't have the same strategies. But yeah, just calling out a ticker sometimes doesn't help, especially for people like you and me, because we're not looking for anything but one specific strategy. But I do feel bad sometimes because I do notice that Bear won't will stop talking or will stop chatting when he knows that I'm streaming. That's one of the one reasons why I don't stream on the Discord, because I noticed that some people just stop messaging anything because I'm on. So yeah, today which one was it? NIO was a little bit tricky. But you will notice if you paper trade, and I think I've noticed this, that if we set our stops a little bit farther, sometimes things works out. Yeah. A lot of I know Bear does more of a band play, you know, the one where that'll come up and hit the band and come back down. So he'll be one that will trade one stock all the time, just one stock the entire day. And you know, most of us, if you watch my videos, you know I don't do that at all. I call it like speed dating. We just find something that fits our parameters and we take it. And after it's done once, a lot of times it's pretty much done forever. Like IMRN, for instance. Bear is one of the moderators in the Discord app. He's not there right now. His name's Robert, but he goes by Bear. He generally chats with Jeremy on the Discord exclusively. Joe Dagger as well, I noticed, is a little bit different. But as, you know, we're all the same, as in we trade stocks. Things get a little messy now, a little bit messier now that the chat Jeremy's chat room is getting really thick with a lot of newer traders. But eventually we may need to, I think, this isn't my chat room, but my opinion, if Jeremy's listening, is we need to weed out not weed out, but we need to be careful of some of the traders that are inside that are just trying to how do you say, toot their own horn. They're just there to show off. They don't really benefit there's no camaraderie when it comes to what they have to say. All they'll say is that they made 10,000, and it won't even be on stocks, you know, it'll be on futures or something. And that's when that's when things get a little, doesn't make any sense to even mention how much you make, because I don't think anybody in the chat is trading futures. So we gotta be careful of those people. When I had a chat, I've had some people just constantly you know, show their how great they are, but only I know from the PMs that they sent me of how desperate they've become. You know, they want to show how profitable and successful they are, but deep down inside they're not. You know, it's just, so then people in the chat room would end up thinking they're legitimate and taking their advice, when I know for a fact that they're not exactly, you know, as good as AIM is popping pretty strong. AIM. They're not as good as they want people to believe they are. It's a little messy with all the green and reds here. I mean, I think we all can see through that pitch nowadays. You know, especially now that we're a little bit more concerned about all these what we're calling right now fake gurus. If anybody says something's really simple, or if they want to show off how successful they are, and they say it's that easy, they want to express how easy it is, either they're a genius, and if they are, why are they even in our chat room? Because we're all here to help each other. There's enough skepticism as there, It's jumpy, yeah, this one is jumpy. With a 1 cent spread. And it just did a breakout, right? Broke out through here, another level right there. Yeah, probably skip it. But look at that volume there. That looks interesting. The volume makes it interesting. Yeah, the market has the ability to do that, doesn't it, Pop Kitchen? And that's where I'm at kind of at the moment. I mean, I've shown you my my P&L, and I'm above 90% at the moment. I haven't had a single red day. So I get more and more nervous now because I know the red is just around the corner. It's strange. I'm a pessimist like that. But the more money you're able to accrue, the more you have to ask yourself, how are you risking too much? You may need to back off. At least that's my mindset. Because anybody that knows me personally knows that I'm not a stable person at all. So I need to continually reassess my mind, state of mind. Hey, good morning, YC. Big boy blue. All my worst losses come from averaging positions, especially counter trend. Oh, you mean like doubling down or doubling up? Yeah, I don't like doing that at all when it comes to counter trending. And you'll see me do that in 4 or 5 years ago in my 2-month vlog. You'll see me double up. I would call it plan B. I didn't really double up. I would reduce my share size when I get stopped, especially if the spreads are wide, right? That's something I should talk about in a video. But when the spreads are wide, then you have no choice but to average out. That way you can keep your average closer and closer to the counter, to the possible counter, right? But if you double down or double up, then things get interesting. That's something like a garage day trader would do. That because he tries to back add, and he'll add in he'll try to find the top, but if it goes against him, he'll continually add. And the reason why his strategy could work is because he starts small. He doesn't start too big. So he believes that as long as it goes against him, there's more and more elasticity. Hopefully there is. Otherwise, it's going to end up one of the curl down if it's a short. That's a possibility that could ruin his trade. A curl down and then blown by the wind and go back up. For if you're trying to short something, that's why for me I like to add late. I like to enter late and enter large, and then if it go against me, I'm completely out. And I'll try to jump back in whenever I know I'm getting faked out by the big boys. That's just, you have to be very careful with those. But that's the whole reason why, if we want a perfect strategy, a unicorn entails that we have an exhaustion point. That way we're almost fairly certain that it will never go against you. You'll still always have room to make some profit as long as you're not too greedy, right? Yeah, Fabio, he's good at what he does. That's for sure. And the reason why his work's good is because he does it way early in the morning. The biggest pullback is usually right in the beginning, and when the market opens. That's what I've adopted as well. Except I still don't do that back adding or how Tim and Garage Day Trader do, or not really. Not like they're trying to add from the back. They're just trying to catch the top. I always try to get the signal. Everybody's different, okay? He could be too early, and I could be too late. But the difference is, well, I've adopted something very similar to theirs in the morning trade, and it works out great because the pullback, it may not be the very top or the very bottom of the entire daily candle, but the pullback is going to be enough, as long as you have enough enough volume in each minute. I would say his P&Ls is his ratios comparable to mine. He's just I mean, just by numbers, he's just a newer trader. So, I anticipate those two, Tim and Justin, to be possibly, surpassing me in the near future when it comes to share sizes. But at the moment, I just been in it for longer, that's all. Let's see. Pop Kitchen, I want to see how you average in and out of a video, like a detailed one. The problem with me sharing that is I know I'm going to get a lot of hate for that, because you're going to end up being down quite a bit before you end up. So when you start averaging in, you will most definitely be more red than green. And that's how Fabio said, like, his losses are huge, but they don't happen often. But even then, even if it isn't a loss, the unrealized is pretty big. And the difference between him and his method is my method is, mine's already realized because I covered. I don't add, so I have to get out and get back in. So by that time, I realize it could be pretty big, but I know that the elasticity is still there, in which I would jump back in, but I would jump in a lot larger, because it's equivalent to how they would just double up, except I don't double up unless I know that the shape is still correct, right? So yeah, I don't add to winners. I add to the way I do it is I add to losers, because I cut my losses. So it's already a loss. So let's just say the first entry was a loss at $500, but it still went against me and it still looks good. So I'm going to look for the next entry in which I'm potentially going to get it right, but it's going to be with larger shares. So when it comes back down, I can cover my losses and I can make a profit. Yes, I do, Pop Kitchen. I do jump back in with a bigger risk, only because I know, only if I can convince myself it's not a revenge trade, and that it looks more extended than it did before. I just didn't, let's just say, like, I guess you can call that FOMO, like fear of missing out, but I don't, because there was a trigger. So let's just say something in the morning goes up and it hits and it comes down, and it looks like, according to the price action, it's going to come down. So I enter, but then it pops back up. Then I get stopped out. With Tim and Justin, they will stay in it, and they would add to it, I'll stop myself out because I'm always looking at the different trend areas or trend lines on the daily. So then what if it goes to another area on the trend line that's like a good ways away, you know? By the time it hits that, then I'm going to be entering again. Except I'm not going to enter small. I'm going to enter much larger because now there's more conviction. That's the whole point of adding more. And that's the whole reason Garage Day Trader is, and Tim is able to make their money back on something unrealized. He could be unrealized 1,000 and then be profitable at 300. And then he'll probably get a lot of hate for that. But the truth is, that's just trading. That's just how it is, you know? And so from that, his profit, his ratio will still always be good because it was always unrealized until he gets out. So theoretically, his risk management is good. My ratio would be messed up, would be worse than his, but my ratio is still over 90%. So it's a give or take, you know. Justin's really brave to show those trades because he tends to always just vlog everything, and he just takes the criticism. Personally, I don't want to steer my newer clients or my students that direction. If it's a loss, most likely newer students will just start revenge trading because they can't clean that slate anymore. They're not experienced enough to clean the slate, meaning start over. Once something go against them, a lot of guys just want to fight back, and then if they do that, they're just going to ruin their account. So when I had those 5 people following me, I only went for perfect trades, and then that's when I adopted that 1 or 2 trades a day ordeal, and they did great. And that's all I ever want them to do. Just sit there and be patient and wait for something perfect. But now that they're on their own, and most of them went to light speed, I do the morning trades because that's something more risky that I don't want to teach them. You know? Hope that makes sense. It's kind of like I said about teaching fractions to middle schoolers. I can teach them 5 different ways to do fractions, but if I do all 5 of them, then the very next day they won't know how to do fractions. I have to teach them one solid way to do something, and then they're going to get it. But it takes a month for them to understand how to do fractions thoroughly, right? And yet they only know it one way. And they may not even know why the answer comes out correct. They just know it's the right answer. And that's basically how I want all of my students in trading to do. Adopt one strategy. It may not be the strategy that you're going to be adopting in the future, but once you understand that strategy, then you can drift off and start doing other things. Like there's this one guy that I'm really glad that he chimed in. He followed me a long time ago, and he confided in me that my strategy really helped him, and now he's evolved into options, and he's still using something of my strategy, and he's doing great now. So I mean, it's all a matter of just trying to understand how one works, and if I can teach it to you well enough, if the way I teach works with you, then maybe you can use that to adopt a different strategy or just use the same strategy. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just trying to help you guys in any way I can. Big Boy Blue, adding to winners as also ruining my process doesn't seem to work the other way around neither. So it hasn't seemed to work for me the other way around neither? Really? So you're saying counter trading isn't working for you, period, then? That sucks, man. The hardest thing to teach in counter trend is price action and knowing when to enter. Because if you enter in a good place, then it's going to work, right? Like for instance, AIM right here. If you took it, if you saw it right here, right, and you entered, then you would have lost because it went back up. Is that something that that would have happened? So basically, we need to see the price action to know exactly when to enter, more or less. So if it went back down and it came back up, you're going to have to enter again up here and get in stronger at a larger share and watch it come back down. And by then, you're going to make your money back. Something like that. This is a very good example of a very poor trade that you could make work correctly on you. Yeah, look for something with more range and look for more perfection, basically. I've had somebody tell me how beneficial it would be for me to share with you guys more often that my I used to call it my trading porn collection. Because the more you look at the perfect trades, the more you understand how you could actually benefit from memorizing these looks, you know. So Big Boy Blue, you see how it like
BRQS.
consolidated right here and it comes up, but you see that volume, and this volume spike was actually at the perfect place, right? So what's going on here that made this so good? Well, first off, where was the vertex? It was at a solid $8. Where's the volume? Right, exactly at the $8 1 minute trigger. And did the volume stay high? Did it ramp up? Kind of, didn't it? And then it tanked. So I mean, there are a lot of pictures. There are a lot of ways that you can identify the perfect trade. Here's another one, a volume ramp. So it broke past 4, and by the time it broke past 4, you could tell that it just shot up, and then it tanked. I mean, these happen all the time. Here's another one. This one's a little bit harder to read because it has a whole bunch of dots, right? But it shot up and it came back down. You can see the ramp in volume. You just need to memorize this look, and then eventually you'll start understanding what exactly to look for. Chesapeake was something that was really discouraging every time I was on TradeNet because this thing was blocked. But this Chesapeake has been doing this for several days and a couple of weeks. I don't know about now because I don't see it in my scanner, but this thing kept doing this game. Got really close to 32 here, ramp in volume, peaked out in volume, and it was a little bit less before, and then it shot all the way down to the support area. How do you know when it will stop and start coming back? That's let's see. With this one, for a good 3 minutes, you know that it will stay down because the volume starts diminishing. You see how the 3 red volume bars are getting less and less. By the time it has a spike in volume, it's either going to fake me out because I'm chicken like that, because I've seen maybe 50% or a little bit more chances of it actually going against you. The only time you have to worry about, the only time you don't have to worry is if that red volume bar involves a huge volume move down, in which case I'll get out right after that as well, because I know there's going to be a pullback. With that pullback, it's up to you to decide if you're going to keep some shares, because this is it's a fake out kind of. if there's huge volume and there's a huge move, that means there was zero resistance. That means it still could go down. It just needs to pull back a little bit before it goes down again. If there's huge volume and there's little movement, then that's a good thing. Like this one right here. There's a nice green volume candle right here on the green, and it's a small, volume and a small candle. So that means there's a lot of fight in that one little area. That's basically how I see things. Here's another one right here. Huge volume spike, and then as it comes down, the red volume candles, volume bars, I keep saying candles, the volume bars gets less and less. That's when you know it's going to diminish. So I'll always say, like, I want to see that volume just die off and fade away. That means everybody's perfectly fine with the action. Keep the candles moving with a nice amount of range as the volume diminishes. It's the same concept except backwards, right? When the volume rises and it shows maybe it'll have a rejection wick, or it's going to come back down. When the volume rises, then you know it's going to reverse. When the volume
BRQS.
diminishes, that means it's not going to reverse. So it's the opposite. Yeah, I'll always say that theoretically, the blue line on the 1 minute chart for moves like the one I'm showing you right now is ideal. You'll always be over 90% success if you just don't get greedy. But if you want to aim for the 9 EMA on the 5 minute chart, which is always going to be farther away, that's up to you. But it depends on the way you see it. If the slope is less, then you may want to wait longer. If the slope is huge, like this one, you may not want to wait that long. So it really depends on how fast it's moving. Yeah, that's pretty much how it works. Here's one right here. Here's a really good example of what I mean. The volume spike right here was right on target. Like you've seen in the stream, sometimes the volume spike maybe the one before, a minute before or so. This one was right there because it was probably trying to approach 79, right? Because it was pretty much there. It probably went to 78, 90-ish. And then you see this really long candle with rejection wicks, and then it starts dying off. The red volume bars never exceed the vertex. These are ideal and theoretical. We just have to understand this is human behavior. We want numbers to give us signals, but numbers don't ever work out when it comes to human behavior. So you just have to play with it, and that's where life is always going to be a gamble. It's not like you're going to hit on every girl or boy and they're always going to accept you. You're just going to have to try out your relationship with that stock, see how it works out, slap them in the butt, and just move on. That's my mentality. I'm not going to just try to play the long game and hope that it's a perfect match and go straight to the VWAP. It's just a lot easier on me to go heavy, just grab them and just do what you can and get out. That sounds wrong in every way. Well, you know what I'm getting at. That's totally unacceptable socially. I'm just talking about stocks, okay? Yes, it's a one night stand with stocks, and it's mutual. It's a mutual agreement. I'm not suggesting anybody to rape stocks. That's bad. Zoom. this does look good. A lot of volume, but it's kind of, that shape is kind of scary right there, isn't it? It is hitting a special area right here. Don't know what's going on in this candle, so I'm going to go into the 15s. Right here, there it is, right there. See this area? That is possible, and within this huge candle, you see this right here. Yeah, I agree. This one kind of looks like a fade. And one thing that I mentioned when I was talking about what not to trade is this one has been going down. This one went up a little bit, down, but it's been gapping down for the past 5 days, and this is now a recovery day, so we just need to be a little bit careful. It's a good look. It's not a great look. For me, that is, because I like fast moving stocks. This one looks like it's going to be one of those slow ones. BRQS is popping. So yeah, that's when, personality. Your personality is the key. Some people, I remember Forker. There was somebody in the Discord named Forker, Emilio. He's a trend line trader, and he's able to do these curl downs really well, like break down support, and then really entrust that it'll continue on. I rarely do those because I don't like sitting there forever. But he does it, and he makes a good living off those fades. Jeremy does too. I see Jeremy do bounces that struggle on the way up, but he'll stay in it. He'll add even, and he'll get out nicely. What's going on between Fabio and Joe Dagger here in the Discord? Hey Tim, yeah, sorry man, I was away. I wouldn't ignore you, Tim. Are you done for the day, Tim? Tim just did a giveaway last week. So I don't think any of us got him drunk. But he did an Amazon gift card. I totally misheard him the other day. I thought he was going to give a share of Amazon away, but it was a gift card. Well, I'll take it. I didn't win, but that's good enough. Yeah, ZM has a lot of interest going on right here.
HTBX.
Yeah, me too. How much is Amazon right now? 3,000? RMBL is going crazy. I think it was halted. RMBL. No, it's not going crazy. Never mind, I'm wrong. That was a while back. Oh, this. Okay, ZM right here. My scanner was not in the top. HTBX. Oh, that was the one that was talking about. Yeah, HTBX actually looks good. Thank you, Pakachin.
HTBX.
HTBX is looking really interesting now. These are in the millions of shares. So the millions of shares having it pop that high, and we know historically that it will reverse a bit. Will it? Yes, it did it. It did it on the 16th. Watch for a doji. You could small share here. A little bit early. So it could want 4, but it's not a big risk if you take it early. Because it just hit 2 million, which is the highest today. Look at a fight though. You see how that red volume is comparable to the green volume? That's not always a good sign, but we'll see what happens. Now the thing is, like what I'm thinking about here is it took that much volume, red volume, to. It's hard to talk right now. Watching it. It took a lot of volume for it to move down. Let's see how much volume it takes for it to break them through, if it does. This one's gonna possibly break through. Watch for, what's the high? $81. See what happens at 81. Yep,
HTBX.
there it is. There it is. Okay. It may want 4. See if you get faked out. Okay, I'm in again. I'm probably gonna get faked out, but so if it goes down past, then I'll add. But then if it goes above, I'll stop and I'll wait for another entry above 4. That's basically what I'm gonna do here. So I'm just getting a little too early, just jumping the gun here. Yeah, this is struggling too much. So most likely I'm going to get stopped out and then wait for another move up. This is just getting a little dirty. We'll see. I'm going to have to focus here.
HTBX.
Yeah, here comes the move to 4. Just wait for it. Hopefully I get a clean entry on 1s. Okay. There it goes. Just a little bit further here. there we go. So that support area. Okay, that was rough, but it came out okay. Zoom is fading down. Is this going to approach the 5-minute without me? Maybe. Maybe down to here. Oh well. Green is green. Good call, Pop Exchange. Yeah, I already shorted HTBX. I'm out already down here. Nice. Yeah, that's a clean move. I kind of had to wait a little bit more because I got stopped out a couple of times. I just wanted to make a little bit more, got a little greedy. So I figured, you know, there are two levels, right? There's the 9 EMA and then there's this level right here. So I kind of just want to, I kind of pushed my luck a little bit, but as you can tell, it wasn't that much of a push. It looked great on twos right here. If only I just got in on a 1-minute trigger, but I was too antsy, I guess, you know. Also, we gotta thank Spy, because I think Spy really helped us here. Hey Yang, good to see you. Thanks. Thanks, Warren. I wish I could say it was a good move, but for me it wasn't exactly the greatest, cleanest trade. I got stopped out a few times because I thought it was gonna come back based on the 2 million shares, but then, you know, you never know when the next one is going to be 2.2. You know, well, whatever. Okay, I'm gonna leave this on, guys. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe. Man, I already have 1 thumbs down. That sucks. Man, these thumbs down used to really get on my nerves, but I guess that's just how things are nowadays. Big finger?
CCL, Carnival announcing closing.
I don't know.
Secured notes, that's Charlie
Whoa.
Lima, Carnival.
Tim, did you just do that? Stop playing games. My feelings. I'm too sensitive. It's all good. Yeah, I'm just gonna assume somebody just accidentally pressed the thumbs down. But it happens. I'm always going to offend a trend trader. Hey Dan, you finally chimed in. Hope you're doing well. Green is green, yeah. So if you guys got hurt by the news on TradeNet not doing any more payouts for US clients, you may want to check out Volatility Trading. He has videos on his CMEG. I think that's the other alternative for newer traders that don't want to, you know, that want to just trade stocks but not have to be affected by the PDT, I think. Oh, okay. How's that? I just tend to not talk too loud, honestly. Maybe when my wife goes back to work, I'll talk louder. Okay, I did crank it all the way up past its highest volume. I don't know about you guys, but I'm one of those guys that just can't handle hearing someone breathe. You ever? I don't know. That's just probably me. I'm also that kind of person that just can't handle somebody smacking when they're eating food. So I just don't want to be one of those. You know, if the mic is too loud and I'm talking right into it, I'm gonna get really pissed at myself if I hear the stream and my voice at the same time.
AZN seeing Joe.
AZN. Isn't it AZN is tanking. Thanks, fam. I haven't heard from you before, but thank you for chiming in. So CMEG doesn't do rebates? I mean, doesn't do ECN rebates? You know, honestly, considering how I trade, even if I do a limit order, my limit orders are too close. So I hardly ever get rebates anyways, because I'm always looking for the shape at that exact second. Unless you're trying to catch the top or bottoms, like I think Tim does some of that. Justin from Garage Day Trader does that, and you know, the infamous Clay Trader does that for sure. I think for the way I trade, CMEG actually isn't a bad idea, because you know, the only time it gets a little expensive, if you think about it, is if you trade too small, because there's a minimum, I think, of 295. Is that the number? But even still, you can make good money. And then it gets to, if you have some kind of promotion, you can get 5 thousandths of cent per share when you trade over 5,000 or something. Oh, you need a code for that. Okay. Oh, I wouldn't, Anton. Yeah, 5 thousandths of a cent per share over 1,000. So a lot of these trades that I used to do, like HTZ, when Hertz was talking about going bankrupt, and you saw that one video where I had 16,000 shares, man, I would love to have volatility at that time. No, yeah, I wouldn't. Only chance I would actually get CMEG is if I pick up new clients and they want to trade vicariously through me. Because if I use Lightspeed, my share sizes are different. They're a little bit higher, and I don't want anybody following me with that type of share size. That's the whole reason I used TradeNet. But now TradeNet's not allowing any payouts, so it's kind of like if I use this just to, you know, appease my European and Australian friends, I'm not making any money. So it's not even worth it. Yet I think I noticed, I searched through Tim and he has 2 of them. One's pretty recent on CMEG. When I looked at Tim's videos on shorts and I look at light speeds, they're almost comparable on short sell restrictions. Sometimes when I look at his and then I look into the light speeds, they'd have the same. LA to BKK, aren't you using Lightspeed? I think you are. I think we spoke about this. Oh yeah, I'm reading back now. You say you're with Lightspeed. Now, someone asked me about locates, about Lightspeed, and I told them I never really bothered with locates.
Acre.
LA to BKK, when you locate shorts, how long does that take? Are you fast enough to be able to find shorts on? I mean, I meant, oh, for GDT has done it. Oh, I guess I am doing it then, without realizing. I thought we were talking about something else. Okay, never mind. So I am doing locates. Okay. I think my definition for locates is another issue. Because I remember when I was researching locates a long time ago, there was an issue about having to email or do something special to get to it. But never mind. So I have been doing locates, or I just didn't even know it. This is what I mean, guys. I've been doing it for so long. There's so many acres. No, that's too thin. There are a lot of things I just take advantage of. Look at that thing right here. Tim, I hate to
DPW.
sound stupid or sound uh, ignorant, but I don't even look at my commissions. Yeah, I should. They could rip me off as we speak right now. Now that if anybody's in that in that company is listening, but yeah, it's almost like my bank account. I don't even hardly look at what if I'm getting I don't even look at what I buy and sell or if anything's invalid in my withdrawals. I just let it go. Maybe I should someday. Yeah, I heard about that. That some locates have some extreme fees. I think LA to BKK just mentioned that. But I've never really. Yeah. Well, there is that symbol, right? There's that symbol on Lightspeed that tells me. It's Tesla popping? Yeah. So whenever it's E, I don't even care about. But LA, you're telling me that if there's an L and I short it, I could be being ripped off big time? So Tesla's... Okay. Well, damn. Really? IMRN was... What's Tesla? I think there was news earlier about how Teslas should be... They expected Tesla to be... This is abnormal for Tesla. Why is...
DPW.
SOLO Electromechanica spiking to the high $3.54. Sandy Oscar Lima Oscar. SOLO.
IMRN was what? $28 per 100 shares? Well,
STNG Scorpio Tankers January $30 call. Currently at 1327 STNG.
right, the LA to BKK.
DPW.
That's what I mean. Like, if there's an L, then you have to locate the shares, right? And that's when you actually have to. There's two methods, right? One of them is emailing them, and the other one is going through the window, a special window. Isn't that what you mean by locate? Could you PM me this conversation? That way I can kind of remember this. Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's not immediate. So it takes some time. By that time, you may not that stock may have moved, right?
CZR
It's
and
not
ERI,
automatic.
El Dorado Resorts and Caesars complete merger. That's CZR and ERI.
Okay, okay. Yeah, so yeah, I am doing what you're saying.
SOGO, SOGO, some volume coming
Yeah.
in.
So I did just do that with IMRN today. And volatility saying it was $28 per 100 shares. Ouch. I wonder if that applies to me since I'm set for per trade though.
STNG getting a pop here now over those, after that call activity, Sandy Tango November Golf, STNG. $13.44 the high on STNG.
No, I wouldn't, Tim. Honestly, I may be a above average trader, but when it comes to everything else, my wife can tell you. When it comes to financing my bank account and this kind of stuff,
DPW.
I choose to be ignorant. But from what you're saying, I pretty much broke even. That sucks. Okay, thanks LA to BKK. I'll have to talk to him about that. BKK to LA, LA to BKK. What? Why? BKK means Bangkok, right? LA to B. He can tell you. Is that like an inside joke? Oh, because he's back in LA? Is that why? Well, your name's Brian, right? I'll just call you Brian. Is it Brian?
DPW.
DPW is tanking a bit. If I remember correctly, Brian, you were the one that I've actually watched videos on YouTube of you in Bangkok, right? You had some YouTube videos of you in Bangkok? Or it could be somebody else. Regardless, I'm glad having you. I'm glad to have you. Uh, oh, okay, awesome. So I do remember you. You had some nice videos. Big Boy Blue. Yeah, I just did like 5 shares. Not right now though. I was already out. On the second wave. Thanks for that, by the way. I think it was you that yeah, you're the one that led me to Tesla. Thanks. I actually like Brian. I like video clips that are just like on the fly. Those are the best sometimes. Yeah, it's whippy. That's why I have horrible luck with Tesla. That's why I didn't even tell you guys I'm in it. I don't even want to. I'm like maybe shy of 50% success with this one, even with this extreme move that looks like a sure thing. But then you see, it just went back up again. It probably wants 16. Oh, Anton Green? Oh, yeah, on the Discord app maybe. Is Anton here? I don't think he's talking in the Discord. I mean on. Oh, he is here. Thanks for that, Anton. He just popped in to say if there's anything I was short, it would be that. I just have bad luck with it, so thank you, Anton. Yeah, me too. It's a huge learning curve that it's a waste of brain power. Well, I mean, not for me because I should be good at this, but it takes me hours and hours to do. Well,
HTVX, Biologics,
Tim,
popping to the high 398,
volatility trading and
60%
Garage Day
behind
Trader
Delta
just
Tango,
make it like
Bravo
within an
X-ray.
hour after they trade in the mornings. It's been pretty rough the past couple of days for me. Not psychologically, but I have a friend that just had his wife got into his wife. I guess she's a nurse because she was heading to the hospital, and she got hit by a drunk driver, and she died on impact. So there's that, and then there's this TradeNet issue that makes me really uncomfortable. Because hopefully I didn't lead people the wrong way. I really hope nobody got TradeNet like a few days before they stopped accepting clients, and then they never were able to get their profits in, or get any kind of experience in. That would be horrible. This is an emotional roller coaster. And then I have a friend that just had a baby. That was nice. But just all together, it's just crazy. So. Yeah, just out of nowhere. You know, if it was COVID, wait, right, even if it was like a death from like a virus, at least you know you can pre-plan something. But for him, it was just instant. You know, one day she's there and next day she's gone. And they don't even know how the funeral's gonna work out because I live in Texas, where the pandemic is kind of rising. Parabolic. It's exponential, kind of. So I don't even know if I can make it to their funerals because of the social distancing and all. Yeah, he's a good guy too. I really feel sorry for him. So my wife knows him as well. So kind of struck us pretty hard too. Yeah, I mean, I get why they say they don't want to wear a mask, but then it gets a little too far, when people start saying that masks don't work.
NTWK Netsol
They probably
Technologies,
don't work,
Lincoln Pop, the company's chairman,
but it does make
1,000 shares
people feel comfortable.
at 278.
But then they're saying, well, if I wear a mask, I could die. This is like,
8%.
I mean, who's exaggerating here? It goes both ways. If I wear a mask, I will die. If I don't wear a mask, you could make someone die. It's just... Well, Asians been wearing masks, so I mean, if my best excuse is the fact that I'm Chinese, it's cultural. All Asians wear masks. It's so polluted in China. It works. In that aspect. When the U.S. athletes went to China for the Olympics, they all came out of the airplane with masks on because they want to make sure their lungs are nice and healthy. I mean, masks do work to a degree. It may not stop a virus, but it helps if the virus is being flung out by water droplets. I mean, that's just fact. But I totally understand the agenda behind not wearing a mask. I understand their yeah, exactly. If you cough and you have you're spraying water droplets, you're aerosolizing. Yeah, right. That's the word, right?
$10 Paul Sweep, Juliet Michael India.
If you're aerosolizing, then. But I don't want to make this into. I mean, once we talk about masks, then it gets political to a degree. So let's just change the subject. But long story short, my wife has lupus.
IMRN.
So if she gets it, she's at high risk, very high risk, and if she's at very high risk and there's no beds in the ICUs and the hospitals, we have to travel outside the city to take her somewhere. So that's where I have to be careful, IMRN. Yeah, IMRN halted. But I think I'm done trading this one, according to the locates. LATBKK, how do you determine the price of these locates? Is it right next to it? Okay. What am I missing here? It looks good. It looks good, Daniel. Wait, Tim, you say I don't do that either? What? You don't do what? Wear a mask? Or you type in the number of shares you want to short, you type in a short request window, and it pops on the cost of the shares. Okay. Oh, talking about politics. Yeah, yeah. Too many people are butthurt about politics right now. Alright, thanks LA to BKK. I mean... UGAS and DGAS is not my forte, honestly. Natural gas, I'm not good at that. So LA to BKK, what is IMRN looking to you for short locates? Mike, Warren, I may scale out if it's going against me, if there is a spread, but generally I don't scale in and out. If it looks good, I'll execute at at max, and then maybe I'll scale out. But the scaling out is not like half out, half out. It's more like if I have 1,000 shares, I may just keep in 100 or 200. That's just so I can feel better for myself if it goes all the way down to VWAP or on a short or something. Otherwise, with TradeNet, I would just get all in and all out. Not my buying power, but I'll use the proper amount of shares in and out. Because when you scale in, especially with TradeNet, you won't have a very good average. Yours shows 37 cents per share, so 370. That's expensive, isn't it? And that's just not even worth it. Okay. Yes, I think, yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for that clarification, LA to BKK. Yeah, hey Yang.
IMRN.
Yeah, we were just talking about how F1 Trading used to be Sure Trader, and they both are CFDs, and how TradeNet has been yanked from being used in the U.S. Well, TradeNet now has been blocked from the U.S. So there's that. Yang, I think you're not located in the U.S., are you? I think you're located in if you're the same Yang, Singapore, is it? So if it's Singapore, I think TradeNet's perfectly fine everywhere else. Europe. Okay, yeah, great. See, I still got a little bit of teacher in me. Remembering names and such. Yeah, you're fine. I still think TradeNet is probably the best when it comes to CFDs outside with their buying power and their education package. But now, because I'm located in the U.S. and the SEC has banned, CFDs has been banned in the U.S. since the beginning, because it reduces liquidity, and we don't want to reduce liquidity when it comes to our own market, the US market. So I think that's the reason, from what I read. So it's always been banned. TradeNet had a nice workaround by not giving you the account, but giving you an education package as a prop firm, whatever. So by doing that, it kind of worked around that, and we were able to have an account with TradeNet. But the SEC caught on and said, "Nah, that's you can't do that." I think that's what's going on. My manager still hasn't contacted me. I bet they're being saturated by a lot of people. But long story short, I'm really thinking that where is IMRN going to go? I mean, look at this thing. I'm really thinking that everything will be okay. I do have quite a bit of money inside. Okay, it could be approaching high idea of 1953. It's a second attempt. Yeah, I have this is probably one of my best months, and it's not even over, but they ended it for me, right? So I'm looking forward to that payout. And then, time to move on. Life gets easier. Yeah, I'm just answering a friend of mine. So he knew the guy, his wife passed away. He was just talking about how, how funerals are pretty difficult. I think you guys saw in my community tab that I went to my uncle's funeral, and even though there's that group limit of 10 right now in Texas, being Texas, I guess they bend rules sometimes, especially for funerals, right? So I'm pretty sure we had over 20 people in one group, and even though it was illegal, it's not like any of us care. So even the son of the uncle was from New York during the extreme of their pandemic, and he came down. He's supposed to be quarantined for 2 weeks, but it doesn't matter, right? You just have to do what you have to do as a son. So he said, you could throw him in jail all they want, but he's still going to be at his father's funeral. So that's the issue right now. Just wondering, maybe he won't want a lot of people to go to the funeral. We'll see what happens. John, hey John, sir was not here. Are you saying you can't trade on trade? I didn't know I can't. The funny thing is, they did say that I can wait. Let me rephrase that. I can trade on TradeNet, but I won't get any payout from TradeNet. So it's basically useless. It's right here. I don't know if you can read it. What's the symbol? Here you go. You can read that right there. Effective trading hours on July 17th. U.S. persons will no longer be eligible to receive any payout for activity occurring after such date. So, payouts earned prior to the close of business on July 17th will be paid out subject to the terms and conditions, blah, blah, blah. And that's all they basically said. So, now the question is, I think somebody already answered that, but one person said that we have to request a withdrawal, and another person said that it'll be automatic. So I just need a confirmation to know if we need to do anything or not. Ping is popping too. Guys, look at ping.
Ping.
Well, today I'm not trading on TradeNet. I honestly don't think their main customer base is in the U.S., honestly. I think they'll probably get a little bit of a hit, yeah, that's sure. But not overall, because they do have CMEG as well. Is it CMEG? No, not CMEG. They have their own. They're also selling a different thing. Not CMEG, sorry. Well, John, TradeNet isn't my main platform. It's actually Lightspeed. So this doesn't change anything. The only thing it does change is my weariness to expose my Lightspeed. Oh, right. You're absolutely right, Daniel. That volume is poop. I'm not trading this. But I've done it like 4 or 5 years ago. I can do it again, but to stream with it is another story. You know, you just saw me show you my account on Thinkorswim, and I shouldn't have even done that. Hey Drew. Okay, sure. Let's see. Tim, you always make everything sound so weird. Why you gotta make everything awkward, Tim? Let's see. Drew, Qfin SQ, Qfin sideways. Volume is really gone, and it looks like it's doing a tiny breakout here. What do I think about it? I think it's just going to consolidate and stay around here. I don't think anything especially is going to happen with this one. Are you in this one? Oh, this morning. This morning it does look promising. The only thing I don't like is the volume. The volume is not over nothing extreme. It's not even over 100,000. So I'm not very familiar with these kind of stocks. So I kind of avoid these sometimes just because of the low volume. I mean, it could be low float, but I really need a lot of volume. So the next step I would do is look at the volume based on compared to other days. Okay, the volume is pretty high compared to other days. Okay, the volume is very high. Never mind, it is very high. Hold on one second. Let me double check how extreme it is. Okay, it's very extreme compared to other days. So it doesn't look horrible. Actually, looks pretty good. So would I have traded it? Maybe. Can I find a sorry, you don't see what I'm doing, but I'm looking at the daily chart. Can I find an area on the daily? Yeah, I can, around the 17/8. Around here. I could find it somewhere on the daily in the 17/8 and the 18/38. Where did it go to? It didn't go to 18/38, that's for sure.
VIRT.
What do I think of it? I probably wouldn't have traded it. It just kept... I don't have a good signal. It would probably be on my watch, but... And it did trigger on ones, didn't it? So if I did, maybe I would have traded small, but I really can't honestly say it would have even shown up on any of my scanners. CSIQ. Oh, look at that volume in the morning on CSIQ. 1,000, 4,000. These are also like a little bit of a low volume, and then it does a breakout. Okay. And then it does a consolidation. I don't like that. And then it breaks out. This is a no-go for me. I can't do this. Mainly because I don't like curl downs. This could have been a curl down and I wouldn't do it. That's just how my strategy works. I don't really... Yeah. Oh, he was asking about this earlier? Oh, you did? Oh, you took Qfin? Well, I mean, yeah, that probably fits your parameters better, Tim. Nicola's back. What about Nicola? I don't see anything special about it, Daniel. Oh, okay, I see. You're talking about a breakout of a previous... Okay, I see what you mean. You see that breakout and you're going to retrace it. I've seen you do this a few times, Nicola. for a little small breakout, and then you probably scalp it, right? Is that what you're doing, or are you doing the breakout? John says, I saw your review on intensity. If you had to choose one, which would it be, regardless of price, but based on best screener? Well, I gotta say, I'm already heavily biased. Regardless of price, I'll go with my trade ideas, because see, like right now, the one thing I'm always playing with is the counter 2. My counter 1's established, and so is my small caps. But with my counter 2, so I can go here, right? And I can adjust my average true range and stuff. Wait, that's not what I was looking for. I can change some extra stuff right here. Now this one has already been altered a bit, but usually, let's see, this one doesn't have the hammer symbol, but sometimes I may add the hammer candle in there just to increase my chances. You know, I can create I can put in there to narrow it down or broaden it up by using the shape of a rejection wick or something like that. That's what I like about trade ideas. Sometimes I want those candles to just trigger a signal for me, even though they're not exactly, you know, foolproof. But if you add extra little stuff into it, then it kind of helps sometimes. With the intensity, if you really don't want to bother with all those little nuances, then it, like I said, it works great out of the box. But personally, I like to just fiddle with the scanner here and there. And honestly, if you noticed, I only had the ultra scan, and I didn't look at any other ones. But I don't know if they have a halt scanner, and I don't know if they have a pullback scanner. So that's why I would choose trade ideas, honestly. I kind of did run them side by side. I didn't have a chance to I did it for about a week, and I did catch one good trade with intensity, so that's why I know. And then all the other ones were going along with my surging up when it came with the intensity one that was going up. The only difference was, you know, I was too slow sometimes with the intensity. The intensity would tell me that they will pop in an alert, and I'm still looking at another trade. And then by the time I look back, it's gone. But with the surging up, I know that it's still in play because it's here, like this one. Look at OGEN. So that may have disappeared a while ago, but it's still showing up here. So yeah. So like Tim is saying, the I3, it'll keep alerting you if it keeps running up like this one. It'll probably go beep, and it'll go again beep because it's still moving. But with this one, I don't have the alerts on, but this one will just stay on top and tell you it's there. So that's the difference. That's just what I'm used to, you know. Yeah, I'm sure there's other things that I'm not looking at because I only looked at 2 of them. That's a good question, John. That's why I wasn't so sure of, because in the picture, I think it was just the other one. I think the Elite package has the Ultra, right, Tim? Look at OGN go.
FEAC.
If I'm correct, the Elite just doesn't have the chat room and stuff. Oh, the Ultra only comes with a team package? So it doesn't come in the platinum? Oh. Wait, who's Brian? Or are you answering somebody else's question? Oh, Phoenix. No, never mind. Being lost. Oh, right, Brian. Well, tell Brian to stop keeping the good stuff to himself. I think the team package is that one below all of them. Not below as in worth less, but that's the one where you're like partners and stuff. I don't know. I shouldn't even be talking. Tin, take over. You know all this. I don't. I'm just guessing. IBIO? Should you sell it now? Where did you get in on it? Human Star. You got it at $2.50 and you're asking me if you should sell it now? Oh, because it's consolidating there? I can't tell you, but congratulations. Wow, that's huge. Well, I mean, if you asked me when you were at 725 or 723, I would say sell. I'm kidding. It's not like we know, right? It's not like we know tomorrow it could be 10 and you're gonna dox me. I really can't tell you. It is consolidating for today though. It does look like, doesn't it? Because the volume is just dead. It's dying off. But that's great. Congratulations. Oh, well, Joe will probably be the best person to ask because he's probably waiting for it to. Joe, are you looking forward to you just got some, but are you shorting it for the View app? Oh, you're long. Okay. Gosh, I'm really bad at those guys. I'm the last person to ask. I mean, when it makes a move this big, um, I mean, you could have told me. You could have told me 4 days ago, 4 working days ago, and I would just said it would probably go down. But no, right? It popped up. So I'm the last person to ask it with those kind of questions, honestly. Although I have been I have swung trade successfully in the past. It is pretty extended, but Joe knows what he's doing. Have you changed my? John asked if I changed my parameters. I think I changed my halt thing because before this was just halt, but now I have halt and resume, and I have it as broad as possible. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't matter, but it's okay. Um, I also got rid of I made the counter 2 wider, as it doesn't have any candle shapes at the moment, just to see how that works. Um, Other than that, I don't think so. Drew's asking, when you're talking about increased volume, are you looking at what the stock? We're talking about. Are you talking about what the stock typical volume is, basing it off that? Yes. When I was talking about, was it QFIN? Was it QFIN? And I was saying how the volume is kind of small, low in the 20s and 30s. But then if I look at the previous days, it's actually really, I don't know if you can see that, but was it QFIN? Yeah, it probably was. Yeah, see how you can see a lot of green right there? In the previous days, there weren't that much green down here, volume bar wise. So I can kind of gauge a little bit based off that, how much more interest there is for that day. But overall, I'd rather see a lot more volume than that. You know, like, that's just me and the stocks I pick for a trade. You know, those I may not even look at previous days, but if I'm trying to justify if it's worth a trade based on this volume, I would look elsewhere. But if I just look at something like if you look at my previous videos like Hertz, the one I was the one with the clickbait title, $1,000 in 3 minutes or something like that. That one had millions of shares every minute. So I know that if it powers on up, it was going to come down. So those are more predictable to me when there's a lot more volume involved. It doesn't matter how much volume there was the day before, as much. Well, it does, but you get what I mean. Like a stock like Boeing, like BA or Tesla always has volume. So those are, to me, those are hard to trade. But for that one day, if it's surging really hard and the volume is extreme, then I know it needs to pull back. I think that's basically it. If that's what you're asking. Other than that, my parameter has always been the same. I need a ramp in volume, a ramp in shape, and stuff like that. Intraday. But I'm just talking specifically on what I was on these morning trades that I kind of adopted the past few months, and it's been working out great. I mean, I can trade those in the morning, and then I kind of meet my quota. Not that I have one, but I meet my number pretty early, so I don't have to. I really don't feel the pressure to trade larger later on in the afternoon. Hey, bro, welcome, Drew. I hope I answered your question though. I don't know. I don't know if I'm actually answering it correctly. I traded NIO and IMRN. But yeah, IMRN was a beautiful one, but I think I didn't quite realize the cost of my shares. This one right here. So you can tell that the volume is a lot higher than the other ones, than the ones we were talking about. But yeah, it's 4 hours in. If you guys haven't already, please click the like and don't click the thumbs down. That's bad. And subscribe and all that good stuff. It really helps out the algorithm. I'm gonna have to see what's gonna happen this week. I may not trade this week because of all that's going on right now with the. I gotta see where my mindset is. Hey Brian, when you shorted, no, I didn't. So I'm thinking mine is automated. That's what I got a little confused with. I may have automated it years ago, and I just didn't bother. So I remember, it was like a few months ago. Jeremy said the same thing when I was shorting something. He said that there was a short sell restriction, and I'm like, really? Because I just shorted it. So mine could be just automatic. Is that possible? We'll see. I need to talk to them.
H.
Age. Legendary penny stock breakout. Right there. Is that possible, Brian? Maybe I was just a little bit ahead of everybody. I don't know. But I definitely need to double check. Thanks for informing me. John asks, when you are counter trending now in Lightspeed, is it harder to short stocks? No. Is it harder to hard? You mean in comparison to TradeNet? It's easier than TradeNet to short stocks. But if you're talking about the strategy itself, which I've heard a lot of people ask me, I think that's the trending question right now on social media about the evolution of strategies. I don't. So that brings me to a good topic. Not too long ago, how I was suggesting you guys to check out Scroll Trader because he was doing breakout trades. What I like about him and what he knows what he's doing is the fact that he's very, how do you say, he likes to keep things as clear as possible, where he's always showing everything he's doing. He's really good at that because he talks a lot, right? But you know, for social media, that's a good thing. But the thing is, he's not doing so well right now, and I read his comments because, you know, when people expose themselves, they're going to expose themselves to all the good and bad. You're going to have a lot of professionals that come out of the woodworks just telling you what you're doing wrong. Personally, I think he was doing okay until I noticed that he started getting tighter and tighter. That's something I don't always agree on. there's one thing I like to say. There's always lessons you don't need to learn, and a lot of people think they need to lessen their share size because they learned something that they shouldn't have. But I digress. He's not doing really well right now in the breakouts, and I kind of see why. But he hasn't asked me, so I'm not going to bother telling him. But the thing is, what was I getting at? The question was the strategies. So he's thinking about changing up his strategy, and it may be true. And my wife has even expressed this, how my strategy has changed a bit, but I don't think so. Things have always been the same. But breakouts don't always work during certain types of market seasons or what's going on around us. Right now is the pandemic season, right? To me, it's very much similar to Ebola. When Ebola broke out, this is very similar. Pharmaceuticals, biopharmaceuticals, hazmat like Lakeland and all the other companies. Whenever there's a riot going on, then DGLY will pop up. But it's always the same. Human nature is to overreact, and a counter trender's reaction to that is to counter that overreaction. So it's always the same. But possibly breakouts aren't working very well because even though the Americans are generally very optimistic, we're slightly on edge when it comes to optimism. So there's that. So that's my opinion when it comes to like strategies in general. But I don't know exactly what, because John, your question is kind of broad. I may have just went off on a tangent, but counter trending has always worked for me. And then when I started trying to emphasize how counter trend works, then I started to realize this is actually my niche. This is something I'm actually a natural at, and everything else was a little bit more of a struggle, more or less. So John's asking, advantage to trend, I can get bigger buying power with 7,000, whereas light speeds I need 20. Less buying power. Okay, well here's the thing I notice. CFD is fast. It doesn't matter how many shares you have, it's going to be executed because you don't have to find any liquidity, right? It's just a mirror of the market. So that's the advantage of CFD, and you have the buying power. Light speed is the fastest when it comes to liquidity. Light speed will get you a better. Lightspeed's limit prices actually work. With CFDs, your limits have to be several cents away. So if you're entering, let's just say you scalp 10 cents, but you enter using TradeNet. Let's just say you enter at $10 and you're trying to get it to $9.90. You're shorting it. Once you short at $10, you're going to, with TradeNet, you'll be short at no better than $9.97. They'll take 3 cents away from you. And when you exit, they'll take another 3 cents away from you. That's 6 cents. So if you had 1,000 shares, you made $40, and they took $60. But if you use Lightspeed, you would have just been off by 1 cent or 1 cent or 2 cents total based on the spread. So then you would have profited $80. That is the advantage of Lightspeed versus a CFD based like TradeNet. So TradeNet is great for starting off. You definitely need to have a strong move in order to profit. And if you can succeed off TradeNet, then you can definitely do better on Lightspeed. I think that's the best way I can put it. The only huge advantage of TradeNet is the drawdown. If you're a beginner, and you buy their student package, the drawdown is $4,000, yet you only pay $2,700 for that. So you don't ever get to blow up your account huge. There are plenty of people that put $30,000 in an account and draw it all the way down to 50% of that in one day or 1 hour. So because that's the power of our emotions. Guys don't like losing, period. So assuming your mindset goes off, and it happens to a lot of really good traders. You may think, okay, I just lost $2,000. If I only just trade a little bit larger on the next one, I could do better. But a lot of times that doesn't happen, right? So yeah. Hey Yang, yes, I always recommend paper trading, but paper trade correctly. Don't. A lot of people say paper. I have a little small rant video about that, paper trading. About how some people say it doesn't work because you don't have skin in the game. So use your imagination when you paper trade, guys. If you're paper trading, you should be trying to make it as real as possible. Just like we're watching a movie, when you get really involved in a movie, you really should take paper trading that way. Otherwise, you're just not. Unless you're a true machine. And I'm sure there are some of you out there that can trade without even thinking. That would be me when I was in high school, because I didn't care about money. But a lot of us here that are actually stock trading actually care about money, right? I can't even think of any adult that doesn't care about money. So you really have to paper trade accordingly. I mean, once you click that button, you're already losing. So are you okay with losing $100 by clicking that button because you have 10,000 shares? Put it that way. Yang asks, in what stage of paper trading one can start considering trade real money? Once you get your strategy, once you understand that your strategy is highly effective. If your strategy is like 80% and is very consistent, then I'm pretty sure you'll be okay trading small with real money. And then from there, you manage your own blood
YRCW.
pressure and stress. Yeah, Pro Package is great. Just honestly, I've seen the Pro Package, and they give you an extreme. What is it? $240,000 buying power. That's extreme. Even I upgraded to the Expert because I wanted 80. I wanted a 5% more than the student account, but yet I've never used more than the student account's $80,000 buying power, because I'm trying to emulate a newer trader. Yeah, 25%. Them taking 25% of your profits is a lot, right? Isn't it? I mean, if you made $1,000, it is not cool that they take 250. But that's just how it is, in order to get that kind of buying power. That's the great thing about CFDs. ABUS? You're still trading? Right. Nice. That is a nice pop. Yang says, you're still paper trading recently with DOS and can scalp, learn from Ross, and short, learn from you. And recently I can oftentimes, should I keep paper trading for like a few months? I would. Well, I don't know. I can't really give you that answer, Yang. If you're ready, if you think you're ready, go for it and start small. Check out volatility trading and how Tim is trading. He plays it safe for he trades pretty safe in my opinion, and then just grow from there. What he likes to say, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So just trade according to your threshold, more or less. Yeah, too many people, especially right now, Tim. Too many people are just wow, ABUS is just strong. Yeah, you're very welcome, Yang. Okay, my wife is eating and I'm getting hungry. I'll be right back, guys.
AG. AG. AG.
Three pharmaceuticals are popping right now. OGEN popped again. Right here. A little too late. This one's just AGEN is grinding. Alpha Go Echo November. That's not AGEN. Not AGEN. AG.
OPK, OPCO Health Bioreference Labs awarded commercial surge capacity testing for COVID-19 emergency response contract by the CDC, that's Oscar Papa Kilo, OPK. Shares of OPCO Health, $5.09, getting a pop on that. Press release. BMRA, BioAmerica, popping here, $12.17, BMRA. MCC 13D filing out, Michael Charlie Charlie. Glacier Point Advisors reporting a stake of 11.06%. That's for investment purposes. That's MCC 13D filing out, Michael Charlie Charlie. Democratic lawmakers say Congress appears to be target of concerted foreign election interference campaign that led to the FBI director.
Oh, great. Great to hear, Drew. Also, if you look in the comments, the guy Jibbles Mush, I think he calls himself Jibbles Onion. He has a way of, he was talking about making it live, a live scanner rather than continually scanning. Look at the AG, just won't stop.
Z.
Z has popped up quite a bit. $66, $68, or $67.
Z.
Shares of Uber moving to the highs on some volume coming in now. Uniform Bravo Echo Romeo. BIOC getting some volume now. Bravo India Oscar Charlie, BIOC. Biocept hitting the highs of the day now. About 4.5%, 5% at the high on BIOC. Coming up after the close today, earnings from IBM expecting $2.06 on IBM, India Bravo Michael. Biocept hitting new highs now, BIOC. Report of Israeli airstrikes on Damascus, Syria. ONBO, Organovo, getting a pop here to the high 76 cents.
JBHT.
RAVE, Rave Restaurant, getting a pop here, 71 cents. RAVE. Report Tesla is aiming for all-time record deliveries this quarter. That from Electric. Teachers Union in Florida sues Florida governor citing pandemic and education department to hold planned in-school reopening. AKER, Acre is Biosciences popping here to the highs, Alpha Kilo Echo Romeo. AKER.
Acre. Acre.
Syria's state television says Israeli missiles flew over from occupied Syrian Golan Heights, targeting areas around Damascus. HOFV, Hall of Fame Resort, hitting new highs, $6.70. Hotel Oscar Foxtrot Victor.
Acre, acre. HOFV.
Hey Fabio. Well, I would have taken it at the volume spike right there. Right there on the rejection. But I was making coffee. So I missed it. This would have been in good place, right? It would have, but I wanted it to pop up a little bit. Something like this, whenever it does a pop, sometimes it second guesses itself, just like this one did. This happens often because it's usually a rainbow, right? You know, we're chasing rainbows and unicorns. That's what somebody told me. But in this case, it wouldn't come down immediately right after the very first pop. It's gonna take a while, and then it get to the top, and then start coming down. Here's the daily. It does look scary because it has potential, right? But you can see the level right here, where it touches here. And then it comes up to here. So it's a little messy. It's not,
HOFB.
there's plenty of reasons not to take this one. Put it that way.
HOFV hit nearing $7 now, up 24%. Hotel Oscar Foxtrot Victor.
The first volume spike was good, but we only had three 1 minute candles before it started coming down, and that's not bad, but it would be better if it started like consolidating up on top. That's all we're trying to do, get it to consolidate up on top. And for it to shoot down right after 3 moves up is something else. So sometimes it'll question its area and it'll pop up a little bit and then come back down.
HOFB.
In this case, it's very
GPL, Great Panther Mining, getting a pop here.
GPL. It's very common for us to enter early and then get stopped out and then try one more time. But you know, if you try again, you should have extra conviction as it consolidates back down to this area. You know, when in doubt, just don't take it. And then when it pops up, it'll look better. I'm not going to say that I wouldn't have taken it here, you know. It's very possible if I was ready, I may have taken it here. But once it pops up, I'm done, and I'll enter again. Just have to manage the trade. It is pretty messy. It looks like it's gonna just kind of, it's meeting that area now. I would probably be out somewhere there. Look at that. And we are hitting, this is power hour, isn't it? So generally speaking, that's another good reason not to trade. We only have 30 minutes left.
TNXP. TNXP. TNXP, TNXP, TNXP. TNXP, TNXP. TNXP, TNXP.
196 or 2 on TNXP is a good daily area. Pretty strong daily area. 195, 198, 195. Is it going to hold? I don't know.
CTXS.
Probably not. But it's stalling up there. Numbers look nice for a scalp. Hey Artie. Just beware that be prepared to average in somewhere closer to 2 if it doesn't go. Well, it's only 1 cent spread, so there's no reason to want to average.
CTXS.
Yeah, TNXP is really strong. It's hard to read, especially 30 minutes before the bell. But you can see right here on the daily, that 2 looks great.
TNXP, TNXP, TNXP.
Right here. This looks like a really strong area. So just be wary of that. Oops. I'm going to step away for a bit. If I don't get a chance to, I hope you have a good one, and I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Don't forget to click like and subscribe. I'll leave this on till 4. Hopefully this TNXP goes the way it's supposed to. Good luck, guys. Very welcome, Artie.
WHLRP. IAC. NBEV.